doing today? I'm trying to get set up here so I can chat and talk, whatever, while we're sewing. But I got a little overwhelmed when I woke up this morning. For those of you who are following along on this crazy adventure, we went to the National Complex yesterday. And what we saw has had me haunted this morning. I think about 600 or 700 people. Good morning, Terrace Fi, Chris Marcus, Otto. To think about the 600-700 people that are claiming beds at the National Western Complex facility. And then all the service workers, all the homeless advocates, and they don't have good PPE. They just don't have it. They've got some of it, but not the good stuff, right? The cops got the good stuff. And then you get the RTD workers and stuff that are there, the security guards. No, they didn't have gloves, right? Ghost has gloves. Janet's Kitchen has gloves. Good morning, CC. So, I've been thinking about Eric. I've been thinking about all the things and the craziness and what Eric has taught us. And I decided that I wanted to ask a favor. I am, like the rest of everybody, just trying to do the next right thing. So, I'm not trying to spend a lot of time selling these things. Right now, the need is at the homeless shelter. Right now, the need is that people like myself and Kenny, who you saw, we gotta take care of our things. Food, groceries, electricity, fabric, the roof over our heads. And so as you're all watching, and I know that we're all in different places, right? Some of us are financially stable, have glorious homes. Others are living in tents on other people's properties, in the back of their vehicles. We're all in a different spot. But the need for the homeless, Stephanie, good morning. The need for the homeless is so great that I'm just making masks today. I'm gonna stop at lunchtime or so because I'm accountable to a couple people who I said I would mail masks to today. But other than going for a walk to mail masks today, this is it right here. And 100% of the masks that I make today should go to the homeless. Should go to the service industry workers who need them, and to the people who are being herded into the facilities. Damn it. So, if you know what I'm talking about, if you saw the video yesterday, if you're aware, if you're awake, that there's 600-700 people being driven into one building. It's open air, I'll grant you that. Meaning that it's huge and it's got giant, massive ventilation systems. It's not open air, right? It's not outdoors. We need these masks taken care of. And it is awesome of me, and thank you. I don't want to toot my own horn. But the reality is that tomorrow's not going to be it, right? They need like 600 or 700 masks. That's the effort that they need at the National Western Stock Show. So, as I prepare to bobbin up bobber, bobbin, whatever it is. I'm going to talk to you, and I'm going to ask that you consider how you can contribute to this effort. I don't have a PayPal account, and some people were a little frustrated in some emails or the chats the other day that I didn't have a PayPal. And the reason I don't have a PayPal is that I lost my PayPal bailing Eric Grant out of jail. So I don't. This was before pools began, and so I can't have a PayPal account at this time. But I'm running out of thread, and I've gone through schools of it. I can't disengage the bobbin or the needle. It doesn't disengage. It doesn't disengage. Just like this COVID thing doesn't disengage, right? Doesn't matter if you're housed or unhoused, the need is there. So anyway, here's the deal. When we had Eric Grant around, we used to do a bunch of shit. Like bond pools to bond people out of jail, right? I want to do a pool, but I don't have the capacity. See, there's people I could hire. I could pay people to cut my fabric. Oh, wait, I already am, right? I'm already paying for the cords to be cut. Off-site, right? Here's the pattern. Here's the tracings. Cut these things. Here's the cords, the paracords. I spent $60 on paracord yesterday. 800 feet of paracord at 4 foot per mask. So we should have enough paracord. But this was an expense, right? Making masks is a time-consuming endeavor, and it's a good, worthwhile endeavor. If I can get my things together right here, it would be a better endeavor. So how do we set up a pool? How do we basically raise a little money so that the masks that we're making go directly to the people most at need, and that would see, this is how bad the string situation is. I'm using dollar store string. But it's what we got. So it doesn't even fill a bobber, right? That's the problem with the dollar store string, is that it doesn't even fill a bobber. So I'll be doing a lot more of that today, it looks like. It's really too bad. So anyway, I want to stay on topic because my brain is bias tape. Listen, I don't have time or energy for bias tape, Stephanie, because you got to make it, right? That's the thing, is that I keep trying to explain to people. I'm using exactly what I have with exactly what I've got, because it's what we have to do. There's not a choice in this situation. If I had all the time in the world, I would have gone to fabric stores and done all kinds of things yesterday with Ghost. Instead, we went and got the essential supplies that I was out of, including paracord, and then we went to the National Convention Center, right? We went to the stock show, and we got to just take a look at what was going on. I'm not leaving the house again. So that's my statement. And if you're curious as to what I'm doing here, folks, I'm actually tying the bobbin string together. It's a trick I learned back in the day. because it doesn't go. It'll go through the machine quicker. It's really, you gotta only do it once. You gotta cut your ends. It's just a tiny little piece. But this is the kind of shit we gotta go through today. And so I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna take a lunch break, and I'm gonna go mail the masks that I have sold. And that's it. Like, I want to stop trying to go sell masks. Damn it. That is how you get a soft bobber. We don't want a soft bobber. Now we gotta unroll that. Feed it. Okay, so good morning, the happy hippie. What I'm just gonna try to, yeah, good morning, Chris Marcus and everybody, my lovers. I'm really, look, see, that's how quick the thread goes. It's killing me. Killing me, Smalls. Definitely need more thread. Janet. Maybe I'll call Defender or somebody to see if they can run me some thread. Brian Johnson. But I gotta pay my bills, and that's where my head is at right now. So if anybody's got some interest in like raising money to make masks, I want to put people to work. You flirts and horn dogs out there are killing me. So is my consumption of white thread. Colored thread, all kinds of thread. And this shit's slowing me down. Oh, look at that's not white. That's tiny spool. All right. I might actually be able to fill a bobber on that one. Found a little bit bigger spool over here. Now that we've killed 2 of the 3, we'll make a nice fat one out of this. Oh man, Sally, you know, here's the deal. You got Janet's address, right? That's a public aspect, or you can email me at cuttheplastic@gmail.com. If you mail stuff to Janet's house, I'll still get it. Like, I don't think people think that that's weird. Okay, Sally, so you can email me at cuttheplastic@gmail.com. I would love, and I'm going to tell you exactly what my need is, and then we can figure out if you can. I'm gonna send you my personal address though if we're gonna do this, because I do think that sending it directly to me would be quicker and safer and faster, so I don't have to leave the house and yada yada yada. Let me focus here for a second. Okay, so Sally, no response. I don't believe it. I email all the time. I'm in cuttheplastic@gmail.com right now. I've got some transcripts from Unsuppressed here. And I'm going to look right now because you told me that you sent. So let's do this. We get busy over here, huh? Sally, what's the email I'm looking for? Does it say Sally Smith? Because that's a problem. when they don't come in the same name that they're from on YouTube, then I don't know it's together. Bias tape. About Eric. I'm asking Sally if there's an email, because I don't know. I don't have any Sally in my email box. I'm looking at it right now. And I also have nothing from a Smith. Got a John Stevens here. The bill of particulars and amended complaint to the DA. So those were good. That was for Liberty. Yeah, I'm sorry. And I'll tell you, because like um her email didn't come with her name on it. Come from a different little short thing, and that confused me. So I'm sorry about that. I'm sitting here talking, and I don't even have the unbiased tape. That's right. Let's use unbiased tape. Whoa. That one's getting hot. That's right. Hold on. So, Sally, yeah, I'm sorry. I try to stay up with all the Eric emails. I've sent things off to Janet for printing. Yeah, Sally's not your real name, so that'll help. Today is mask day, and every mask that I am making, I'm gonna have to give away, because I just can't, in good conscience, not fill the need at the National Convention Center, where Ghost Rider and myself went yesterday to observe what was going on with the homeless, with our community needs, and those needs are ridiculously sick and catastrophic. I mean, ridiculous. What is going on here? We got a little trouble on the set. Okay, so I filled that one on the bobber. I'm going to start with that one because it's the fullest. Thank you, Sally. I do appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you, right? You're at home, you're sewing, Terracify, maybe you're growing pot or whatever. Hopefully, what you're able to do is help somebody out, right? Making a phone call to a district attorney, asking questions at your local news stations, getting the stories out there, right? Yesterday, Ghost and I went out and did that a little bit, and we got the story out there that the need is sick. It's ridiculous at the National Convention Center in Denver. 700 people with beds available. And I figure that's 100 service personnel for that. Food service, there's a kitchen inside, so you got food workers. You got, that was the only guy who had an N95 mask on. That was the food worker. Right? He showed up, got a part-time temporary job to feed the homeless. And he got an N95 mask. Everybody else is without them. And that's why we're making these masks, is to go over the surgical masks or to be a replacement, because mine are so damn good that They come with filters that go on the inside of your face, right? But either way, we need masks. Cuttheplastic at gmail.com. Everything. Like, that's how I did it, right? That's how you set up a brand. You got your Twitter, your email, your YouTube, all the same. I know exactly why this thing's bogging down. It's because I didn't feed that extra thread out when I did this. I didn't put a scrap in. Oh, it stayed all down there. That's no good. I'm getting so wound up this morning thinking about all those homeless. And you got to understand, I was crying before I got online. Okay, that'll be better. I truly was. I was sad. I was crying this morning in my meditations and my prayers. I'm like, what am I going to do? I can't. I got to pay my bills. Right? We're all in that situation, and everybody's in a different setting. Some of us have the money, some of us don't. And so, thanks. So if you don't have the situation to financially help, I don't feel like that cleaning technique worked very well. Yeah. Terrace Supply, that's the one who told me about this scrap technique, by the way, folks. Thank you. That's better. See, if you do this long enough, you get to learn the hum of your girl, as I call her, because it's my machine. And as you can see, it's taking half an hour almost now, just to get 2 pieces started up. So we're going to try again, and we're going to try to do this non-stop. I guess maybe more than 2, but that's the goal here, is I'm just going to sew all day. I'm going to go at noon to take a sunshine break and go mail some, just sent an email. Remember when AOL said, "You've got mail"? No, I don't. Well, that is one reason. You were in my spam box. Not a dangerous spam, but you were there nonetheless. And so, Sally, see how I did that? Helping with the hard drives? Oh my gosh, I didn't get it. But thank you. And Sally, I'm just gonna mail you my address right now, okay? Mail me whatever you want. I'm going to be very grateful. But what I was trying to say is that I've got a lot of this cotton, and what I don't have is a lot of these fun prints the things that make people's faces light up joyously, right? For some reason I've been using a lot of blues, but any color will work, right? I've been doing a lot of fishies and froggies, these kind of bright patterns that kids feel comfortable with, that you might find at doctors or the dentist's office, things like that. I would love some patterns. Could be indigenous, I mean, whatever it is. I've got a lot of this cotton, and of course cotton felt is always in demand. But those are my asks. That's what I've got for it. And if it's a hard drive for Eric or whatever it is, there it is. It's up, it's running, the info has been presented. So it won't go away. Newfie, I haven't even eaten breakfast. I should have. I should have done that before I went live. I think I got a cup of coffee around here somewhere that I'm going to get up for in a second. But I told my friends that like the fastest way to make these things was 30 to 50 masks at a time. And then just go give them out. Right? Mice fabric. I love it. And see, this takes me home. I grew up in I grew up in southern Wisconsin, southeastern Wisconsin, outside the Lake Michigan, Kenosha area. My grandfathers both served in World War II. My grandfather was a union machinist, aerospace machinery, the kind of thing that NASA members are union members of. And he built the machines that built American Motors cars through the 60s and 70s, 50s. 45 years a union member he was. My grandmother sewed and crafted. And I'm telling you, when you just have a stack here like this, it makes all the difference in the world. To do that, I'm not getting volunteers. I gotta pay people. It's just the way it is right now. So the paying isn't a lot of money. Actually, my roommate volunteered these pieces that I'm cutting here. But I paid for the face pieces to be cut. Today I'm sewing more fish, more frogs. That's what we're doing. Across Canada for a meal. That sounds like good. Not all of these cuts are perfect. And of course I'm a lefty. Let's see, if I'm going to Canada for a meal, I want fish. Maybe some elk, bison. Moose it is. Moose. Yeah, my grandfather actually was the machinist on the spy planes that took photos over Japan before we bombed the hell out of it. And somewhere in the world there are photos of him, probably up in Wisconsin with my uncle, his only surviving son. Someday I'd like to reconnect with them, but I'm too left wing for that right now. Um, yeah, he bought a motorcycle. Bought a motorcycle when he came back in order to cross the country back home to Grandma. Taking his time, having some fun after the war. Grandma made crafts. She sewed quilts and blankets all her life, right? That was the thing that that generation did. Nice, Sally. I'm so glad you got a cough mirror. You know that you can set it up so that you can call him. If you go to the Securus website and pick Jefferson County, you create your own account first, and then you pick an inmate, and you can set up phone calls. Something we should do. Should we do that for tomorrow? 80, I'm betting that Terrace Fry knows how to cook it. And I'm betting that, like venison, it might be really best if you pressure cooked it and canned it all at once, right? 'Cause that's how you just pressure cook the venison and can it. I got a couple of jars of that upstairs. My roommate's a vegetarian. So he eats eggs and cheese. And pizza means that we get pizza. He doesn't eat meat. So I'm trying it out. Probably help my life, my heart. Quilter, cotton. That's good. That's what I'm doing here is the cotton back facing. Like I said, I got these from my roommate. I showed him how to draw it out, and told him I needed about 30 or so a day to make masks. The thing with this one for me though is that the foot keeps getting the cotton caught up and pinched, so I gotta keep my finger on it. This is not the best of machines. I mean, I'll take it because I got it donated to me for free, and it's doing what we need it to do. But I would definitely take a stronger one. And thank you, Sally. I definitely appreciate it. I'm super grateful. If something goes out in the mail today, I'll probably get it Monday or Tuesday next week. Maybe, and that would be huge because we're gonna run out of the facing pieces by then. Pay attention because you hear your machine talking to you. You know that, guys. 20 letters. Oh, that's so awesome. Emily, I wish I could send somebody else the bill for this. But I can't, right? So what I was thinking was that if somebody would set up a PayPal pool, that would be really cool. Because I really do want to, I would rather hire activists, the unemployed, artisans, people who know how to take time to care with their lives and their materials and stuff. This was not a toy machine, but it is not a heavy-duty machine. So we just keep it running. I probably need to get it examined one of these days. Yeah, material is running short everywhere. It's part of why I'm online, making these howlers. Because 600 homeless. 600 homeless. That's what they told us publicly. Then we got there and we found out that there's actually 700 beds. Actually, mentioning refreshes, give me a second. Gotta get some food, more material goods here set up at my stations, coffee. This is a non-stop action, folks. So I got myself some hummus and vegetables here for breakfast from the food bank. Some cannabinoids to keep me moving all day, and my coffee. And see, I got a bunch of these cut out next. I really gotta tell you. Hey, that's a good question. What's wrong with other people making masks instead of chatting? I don't know. I really am struggling though, and I gotta tell you, because like I feel like I should be organizing people instead of making masks. I should be organizing people to make more masks. So I did a Facebook feed this morning. I put up a call if you have a Cash App or a Venmo. Mine's Cut The Plastic. I've stated that I'm gonna do it no matter what, but I could use some money because I'm broke. And so I guess it's called e-begging. But what I'm figuring is that people donate for people who do good things and do the right thing. Hey, I mean, Eric got donations to keep his ass out of jail because he's out protesting the police or homelessness or rules against shoes and all the stuffs, right? I was looking at Ghost. He's got like 3,000 followers because he's out there hitting it, doing it. And I'm not about really caring about why Trump can make masks. They got different jobs. My job is generally to push politicians that I believe in, issues that I believe in, and convince people to do something about it, like vote. I'm really not happy with my... Oh, that's why. I was trying to figure out why this thing sucks so bad. It's because the bobber's not fitted properly. Oh, ain't that a bummer. I'll fix that next round. It's not necessarily the right way to do it, folks, but hopefully that'll solve the problem here, which is that the thread wasn't coming out right. That's better. Can you hear the difference? When did I change my needle? 3 days ago? Can't change my needle every 8 hours of sewing. I don't have enough needles. So Sally Smith, if you got needles, this is at number 14. Yeah, I don't have needles. I think I have one spare in case I break it. Where's your mask, Mike Stevens? Well, I didn't get an email with an order. So that's where that's at. If you want a mask, of course. I'm making these for the homeless, but I'll take a couple out and sell them to pay for my efforts and energy. I'm glad to do that. Okay, that's why I decided I would sell them to begin with. But the reality is that I don't want to sell them. I want to give them to the homeless. I want to give them to the service workers. I also want to have a place to live. I'm not afraid to put my money where my mouth is and do the work. What's up, Brian? Hey, listen, do you have any thread at home? Brian Johnson? Because you have my personal phone number, you can text message me. I am running out of sewing thread. And by the end of the day today, I will have to stop making masks because I don't have thread. I would love to give you a couple of masks. And if you had any fun fabrics that you could spare, great. I can text you the ad. You have to text me so that I can respond to the phone text and I don't kill the stream. But if you could hook a brother up, I have masks in the dryer drying. Thread, it doesn't matter what color thread. Thread is thread. But in 10 days I've gone through spools of it. And I gotta have different colors for the better for like bobbin to be one color. Blue, red, green, orange, pink, I don't really care. If the mask has sewing stitches that are seen, it just gets it designed. Yeah, I'm hammering out masks, and I've got like 6 empty spools like this. I've gone through dollar store threads. If you have any number 14, number 14 needles, that's also appreciated. And wow, there's all kinds of emails all of a sudden appearing in my box. Okay. It looks like something's in the mail. But Brian, if you could spare a little bit of thread. And Marlo, thank you. Yes. I appreciate that it'll be in the mail for next week. Brian Johnson lives down the street from me. And so by down the street, I mean that I'm not that far from 13th and Santa Fe. And he's around 6th and University, I think. And so he might be able to actually like just drop a little bit. Joan E. Rotten. It's interesting, Mike, and I'm showing your thing there. I don't want to hide it because what I am talking about to people is that these masks, when I started making masks, I made them one mask at a time, except for the cutouts. It took me about 45 minutes to make a mask. Now you add the cost of materials, and if it's not $15 a mask, I don't know what is. Sorry, I'm gonna bring this a little closer so you can hear me over the dryer. I don't know what is a living wage if $15 a mask isn't a living wage. If it takes an hour to do that. And Joan, thank you. I've mentioned it today that today's masks, all the masks I make today are going directly to the service workers and the homeless. I'm not trying to make 100 masks to send to people directly. I'll give out a couple of them that way. But Ghost Rider and I went to the National Convention Center yesterday where they've set up a homeless temporary shelter encampment while the National Guard scrubs the facilities that the homeless shelters have been using for years. COVID had been found in those facilities, and the whole system is set up. Emily, I tell you what, why don't you call the Jefferson Sheriff's Department while we're talking? I'll give you the phone number. And Jefferson Sheriff's Office. is 303 271 0211. And if we can get Eric Grant and the inmates of that jail masks, then we'll do that too. Okay? I'm not afraid of that. So let me go back to seeing what you're all talking. Yeah, give him a ring. Joan Rottenraid, I love it. I love it. I thank you all who are here. Dan Davo from Sydney, Australia. I'm making masks for homeless people today and for the service workers who serve them. We're making masks because our local government is a bunch of retarded idiots. See, there's even kids' masks in the middle. When I draw and cut the patterns, I make sure that I put the kids' masks in there too. Ghost Rider and myself went to the National Western Complex yesterday, and what we found was just catastrophic. Just a shame. And hundreds and hundreds, 600-700 people all mingling in one building together while we're globally told to stay away from each other. I mean, you won't find that many people in a Costco or a Walmart at one time, right? But there, and think about it. If you put 700 people in a Walmart all at once, they are an outrage. It's an outrage. So Brian Johnson, yeah, if they were found with COVID in the homeless communities. They are setting them out. It's their solution. And listen, here's the deal. It's the mayor's solution, right? It's the homeless shelter solution is to say, we've got 5 or 6 shelters. Each one of them, every given night, we've got 1,000 people staying with us, right? But they're jam-packed asses and elbows. So they got a bigger space to put them in temporarily, and if they're all dead, the problem goes away. That's true. That's what Ghost said yesterday, right? If they're all dead, what do you gotta deal with? You don't have a problem anymore, except that you do. A moral problem is one of them. If you want to see some photos, I posted them at Occupy Denver on Facebook this morning. If you want to watch the video, that was yesterday's video, last night. And this is an hour and a half, 2 hours long. We went to the Western National Convention Center, and we went to downtown to the Denver Rescue Mission. We drove around, saw some tent encampments. Not everybody's going in like that, right? Thank you, Joe Cool, for being on a Joe Rotten raid. So cool, baby! That's my boy, Joe Cool. Joe and I met in Chicago when the Real Sovereign Citizen and I went on a national tour, Midwestern tour last summer. I got to go to Chicago. We picked Joe up. Dan was in Peoria. Ryan, take Abney. Take, go do it. Go do a stream. Ghost and I went yesterday. Come to my house later and drop off thread, pick up these masks, and then go do a live stream on it with somebody. I would love it. Okay? These masks are going to take a while, though. As you can see, I've got a process of just sewing non-stop each piece. And it's 17... I'm going to take out the filters, I think. This is something I don't know if I can keep up with. And we're just going to hammer out masks to go over masks right now. yeah. Come sew away with me. Oh, yes. That's a good question. That's what it takes, right? So, since, good old Joe doesn't have a wife, is his kids doing it, right? And Marlena, are they making masks? Is our presidential wife making masks and leading people and showing them the war effort? Some of you all, you got your meter maxed out. Smart meter. Is that for the electric consumption? Are you putting out as much electricity as you're allowed? So, how many, this is my own little crocheting and knitting circle, right? My sewing circle. We're having a sewing bee here, folks. I'm doing some sewing. I think Tara Safai is doing some sewing. Are you sewing? Is your wife sewing? Yesterday, Jim's wife was sewing. She was watching videos to make masks. We all gotta kick in. Y'all gonna think this is crazy, because when you see how many pieces are just stacking up back here, you're gonna see I'm not joking about this. I'm seriously spending, it's 9 o'clock, right? I've been doing this for an hour. And we're on stitch 1. Trying to get down to the bottom of the pile. So we got as many pieces ready to make complete masks, front and backs. And like I said, I need these cut too. Right? I've got extra printed copies out that Portion Control put out for us, and it's just a thing. 260 masks, that's amazing. I am approaching 100. This might take me to 100. I've given a lot away. So yeah, at 60 maybe. We're gonna count the ones that come out of the fridge. I mean the dryer, and see how it goes. Some more kids' masks in here. I've given a lot more away than I've sold. I promise you that. Yesterday when Ghost and I were out, so there's a lot of different things. You could laser cut the cloth and have it all done so that it's like ready cut, ready to sew. But all these stitches, excuse me, they're the real deal. And so, as we look at all of, so what would a 3D, yeah, there are 3D printable masks. My Eye on You has that pattern, and it's got a 4 square centerpiece in it where a filter goes in from a, like a HVAC filter. And so you just cut the wires out and everything, and it gives you a little 4 square plastic breather, Brian Johnson. But, it's been an interesting journey, folks. I see Joe Cool still in here, and I think about how just last year I was up in Julesburg making videos of nature for Joe Cool. I'm thinking about how just 2 years ago I started this live stream and shit, right? Because Eric, in 2018, I got arrested. I wasn't live streaming then. We were protesting and focusing on the protest and shit. And now we're making masks and live streaming, and there's my scrap piece of cloth that allows me to start all the pieces over. And I kind of wanted to do that because I had a kid's piece and a kid's piece here. So I wanted to make sure that they're sewn in together when I make them. They don't get lost. See, there's a partial mask in there still. Sometimes, like last night, I was just too tired. I forced myself to quit to make a healthy decision. I finished up a bunch of kids' masks. I finished up some adult masks after going to the Western Stock Show yesterday and seeing all those homeless people being herded in like cattle into one giant building from multiple facilities. Brian, I actually do know people who have COVID, and I'm not trying to reach out and solve their problems today, unfortunately. It's a kid's mask. I am sticking to this one thing, and they're for what I know on a healing well. Right? They're on that path to recovery. I know there's a lot. I'm going to tell everybody that I say the same thing. Eat your fruits and vegetables. Take lots of vitamins. Right? Take some medicine that causes your body to go out in the sunshine. Do some exercise. These are all beneficial aspects to helping you heal from any sickness, whether it's corona or not. And unsuppressed. Johnny 50 also mentioned a bunch of people that he knew facing that situation. And I gotta tell you, sometimes you gotta do quality control when you're looking at these things to make sure that your stitches went through the right way. If not, just fix your shit. Because these are inseams, fixing your stuff really makes it easy. Quality control checking on that that bobber wasn't setting up the right way. Bobbin, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember if it's bobber or bobbin. Who registers an IQ of 85, and do you take their word regularly? 65. Yeah, well, the reason for that is that they don't have enough tests, right? And so if it's not a hospitalization, what are you gonna do? You're gonna hold the bodies? Are you gonna expose extra people to extra blood samples, Joe? It's a question. Joan Rotten, man, I'm just so excited the fact that I got bombed today. Watching me is slowing you down. Yeah, you shouldn't watch. You should just sew. It's slowing me down too. It really is. But what I gotta do is I gotta ask. I gotta ask for help, folks. I need some financial resources. I need some supplies. And so if you can spare a few, Cut the Plastic, That's my handle. It's everywhere. Venmo, Cash App. Don't have a PayPal, but that's life. And new blog post. Nice. Should post the link in here, unsub. Let me help you with that. Go ahead and post the link in there, unsub, so that people can go read your transcripts. Efforts, that's a huge deal. So, 48K if they go on a ventilator, huh? Wouldn't doubt it. But that's nothing, right? Hospitalization for 14 days till you die, maybe 7. That's a $1 million bill right there. $500,000, $250,000. Yeah, this ain't cheap shit, right? The thing about Bernie Sanders dropping out of the race is killing me is that universal health care is like the thing right now. And if you're not talking about universal health care and making sure that every human being in the world gets adequate medical care for some shit like this, then like, I don't know. I don't think that's Jesus speaking out of you. I'm going to say it right there. I don't think it's Jesus. And I don't think it's Muhammad either. Right? And I don't think it's Allah or anybody. If you don't feel that helping the sick is a priority and that making sure that less people get sick is a priority in a time like this, and like, I just think you gotta wake up, people. Yang, yeah, I didn't have a whole lot of time on all those little guys. I'll be honest. It was one of those things, like a lot of people, where there's too many candidates and I got too much shit going on to pay attention. So, that's life. Remember when I said that there was something wrong with my bobber and I had to get it wasn't strung right? Well, what's happening is that all of these masks that I sewed up on that was wrong. Gotta be redone. I'm a stickler. I want these people to get good quality material and goods. I'm not gonna fuck around with these masks. I want them done right. Hey, and thank you for asking, Imminent Jars. I'm sewing masks for the homeless and for the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, who has hundreds of workers interacting with a positively identified COVID population, and they don't have the right protective gear. They have surgical masks, not N95s. They don't have over-the-face shields to cover their eyes. And they don't have resources to make sure that their masks are taken care of properly. So I'm making masks for them. And yeah, we had some snow coming tomorrow or the next day. When we feed the homeless on Sunday, I can promise you, thank you very much. Eminence Jardis, I appreciate people like you and your concept of what I'm doing being the right thing. So I've been doing something oddball because I'm not generally like a big on the e-begging, if you will. But today I'm in a different mindset because for the last couple weeks I've been making masks and I've been giving them out. Right? It started because we had to have masks for Janet's kitchen, and that was a priority for me to make sure that everybody had a mask. And I got a couple of them donated, but it wasn't enough the first week. So I got a sewing machine, and it took me a week. And I learned how to sew these things. And on the next week, we had masks for everybody at Janet's Kitchen, given away, no cost to all the frontline workers, right? And then I've been giving them out at the food bank that I volunteer at to the workers there. And I've been providing them to other frontline workers. Then I started selling them because I don't have a job right now because my job was phased out due to the fact that I can't walk around and talk to people. And so I started selling masks as a way to raise money. They take so long that I figured that $15 an hour was a living wage, and so that's what I would charge for them. And I want to pay my rent because I don't want to be homeless. I want to pay my electricity bill because I don't want to be without electricity. But after going to the facilities yesterday at the National Western Convention and seeing what was going on, I woke up this morning and I had a sad spirit. My soul is crying out, saying that this is not acceptable. And so I'm not trying to sell these masks to people. I'm trying to make them so that they go to the workers who need them the most right now. But I am spending money on this. And that money that I'm spending is on paracord. It's on paying people to cut things out right now, because that's what I have available to me as a person who's also low income and needed some help. And I said, I'll pay you a little bit of money to do some of this for me and help me out. But with that said, this is a lot of work. And I need a lot of masks. And so, Joe, cool. So I am accepting donations for my effort. And I'm just gonna throw it out there that I don't have a PayPal. The reason I don't have a PayPal is because I bailed Eric out of jail and raised money for him, and they shut me down, right? People, the trolls came in and they shut my PayPal down. So while I sit and stitch, I'm just letting everybody know where it's at. And I know there's some mods in here, and I know that they can post my Venmo and my Cash App for me. And somebody might want to start a pool. That would be cool, you know. But one way or the other, these masks have to be made for those people. And if I can't pay my landlord rent at the end of the month, then I can't pay him. But this is the next right thing. This is the right thing to do, and I don't have a choice because my spirit guides me. And my prayers this morning, sitting down talking to God, so have faith. I got you. Alright, I got faith. Do the right thing, and the right things will come to you. So that's what it is, folks. Today's masks are all going to the homeless. Unless I get an email and get asked to put a couple out. It's so funny, Johnson, and thank you for posting that. Because it shows on my end, wherever it says Cut The Plastic, like that on Venmo and Cash App, it oranges it like it's my name, and it recognizes it. Thank you, Newfie's Bullet, for asking that question. It's something that will need to be delivered today if possible. I'm going to be using these micro spools from our travel sewing kits. But as you saw in the bobbing making process just a little while ago, not a lot of thread on a sewing spool, a travel spool. But when I was out shopping for thread and I couldn't find any, I found some sewing kits at the dollar store. So that's what I bought, because that's what I needed. That's the sound of the masks made on the chain gang. Yeah, thanks. That's really what it is. Chris Marcus, I don't shop at Walmart. I've not physically stepped into a Walmart in over a decade. I have actually the other day, I walked around a Walmart, smoked a joint, and prayed about it. And I did not walk into that building. I couldn't do it. It was packed. It was full of unmasked people. And it was against my moral compass. So, and actually, you know what? It hasn't quite been a decade. I'm gonna tell the truth that the summer of 2012, I walked into a Walmart on my way out of the state of Illinois with a truck full. So when I moved to Colorado, I had a Ford Ranger, and it was loaded to the gills. The bumper was sagging. I drove across the state in one load with everything I owned, from Illinois to Colorado. And my sister wanted potato chips. I forgot to buy them. So I walked into a Walmart to buy those potato chips. In the summer, it was like June of 2012, right after I graduated. Listen, that $12 that I spend on that sewing thread doesn't cover a living wage for the worker. And you've heard me talking about living wages. Because why is the U.S. not mass producing masks and paying people? Right, I've been on Facebook, which I need to flip over to real quick and check something, see if my post was posted. I did a couple of videos this morning, and some comments. And so I want to check to see where my Facebook is at this morning, but all these threads running, killing me. But you know, I'm thinking that everybody watched Eric sleep, so I let everybody watch Brian sew. Not all day. I'm actually gonna binge watch in the background something. But I had to get it out there. So what happened to Walmart? So what happened was that Walmart is the number one, pre-COVID, Walmart was the number one business whose employees relied on Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP benefits. And they rank like in the top 15 gross domestic product countries in the world, right? So I don't shop Amazon generally. I avoid that because those workers don't get a fair living wage. I know that a lot of stuff I get still comes from Walmart, right? But somebody bought it there and then like depackaged it, or maybe, I don't know, maybe not. Thrift store clothing come from Walmart? Probably. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, it's all about profits, Chris Marcus. And so that's one of the reasons that I'm not like a Walmart shopper. Doesn't look like my post was approved in the task force, though. Oh, look at that. People are. I gotta take a moment. So I'm just telling people that I'm going to be dropping off masks this evening. As soon as they get made, right? That's the effort that we're going through. And as you're watching, if you're new on the channel here, and I gotta switch screens again because there's too many tabs open. 15 to 18, 40 hours a week is living wage. And not in Denver, Colorado. I'm going to tell you why. My rent with bills is $1,000 a month. Right? So if I make $15 an hour, I'm gonna call it 20. That's $800 a week. That's probably 15 to 18, 40 hours a week. If you're saving for retirement, you probably want 20 to 30. If you want to buy a house, you 40. See? And I'm not trying to be a troll either, Blue Betty. You're not in here just slamming my friends. We're having good conversations. That's the difference between a troll. So, Walmart workers make like $8 to $10 an hour. Allison said she's going to be making masks in it'll be a few days. That's cool. Get it done. That's what I'm saying, right? So... $2,400 a month. Take your state and federal taxes out of that. Social Security, Medicare. Pay those things, right? So that we'll call it 30% off. Right. So before taxes. Okay. I think that $2,200 to $2,500 after taxes is a living wage. And so if you take a third of that off, $2,400, you're down to $1,800. Okay? Now let's break it down while I talk. Let's just think about this. If your housing expenses are $1,000 a month, and your student loans are a third. Oh, so we're gonna take a third of that. Okay. Yeah, let's do a third. Half is 12. We'll say you take home $1,600. Would that be a third? 800 off. 8 times 3. Yep. So 8 made is 16. That makes it worse. $1,000 a month rent. $100 a month for groceries. And $200 a month in student loans. Money's gone. No cannabis, no gasoline, no car insurance, no health insurance. Is that a living wage? Well, I don't own a car, so that helps. Car payment, if you got that. Now all these things, well, none of it is student loan, but let's call it $500 a month in payments. Now we're really talking about $2,500 a month for a living wage. See how that changes? And if you want to buy a house in Colorado, you might have a you have $1,000 a month mortgage, I think. You gotta have a down payment. And a down payment on $1,000 a month, that means you're gonna have to have $50, $60, even $100,000 down. Oh, yeah, terrifying. That is bull. Let's fix that. Don't want to be coughing. Yeah, ain't easy. And if you're not flying solo, you gotta deal with other people's stuff. And let me tell you, I'm sharing room with an apartment with somebody. Right? So my bills are down to $900 for housing. Not a room. I have a roommate, a unit. You know, there's 2 rooms in the house. 2 bedrooms. And a really nice guy at that. He works tonight, so we're keeping it down a little bit. Yay. Did I wash my hands lately? Well, yeah, when I was upstairs. But I've been doing this nonstop. Right? Oh, hand sanitizer design really sucks. There's some hand sanitizer. Does that help make you feel better? Yeah. Come on, baby, you can do it. Yeah, so what's a living wage? It's tough to say. $100 a month on groceries. That's not a lot of money either. That's why I volunteered at the food bank. Alright, no beer, no. Yes, I know. But she did it, and I was like, yeah, I got my sanitizer. I'm gonna be here all day. That's all we're doing today. that, ladies and gentlemen, was stitch 1, 2, number 2. So we'll pull those aside because they're all the same. And start on stitch 2 on the face pieces. Just keep the pile shortened down a little bit. Now, every one of these seams that I do, the foldovers, is because that cloth is exposed. And we want it to not fray, we want it to survive the washer and the dryer. Mentioning dryer, I should probably stop my dryer. So here's what I got out of the dryer. And these are all mostly kids' masks. A friend of mine asked for some kids' masks, so we did that. Some of them have trial and error on them. But it adds up. So I got somebody I'm paying to go make the cords for those, so that they're all said and done. Of course, I wash my mask every day. Yeah, Milkomax, 16 sewing machines. Holy cow. Yeah, Chris, wash your hands and wear a mask. I've got mine. And I've washed it every day, right, that I go out. Stop putting copper wire in them, though, because the nose... Listen, here's what I love about this, is that nobody's going to tell me that I can't wear a mask again, right? They actually made it a big deal. The cops were having problems because people are masking up at events. And now it's like the thing. So what are the police going to do? And facial recognition software, what's up with that? Like, I'm going to walk into a bank with a mask on. Yes, I am. And that's what's funny to me. And oh, by the way, I have N95 masks available, $2 a piece. Seriously, that's what my buddy told me. $2 a mask. And I'm like, no, I'm not selling your mask for you. Those are disposable throwaways, and it's hype. We're wasting money on that. That's a lot of profit margin. What the hell? So each piece gets 3 stitches, chronic suture, before it gets put together with another piece. You have the front and the back, and an elbow coffer. Free Eric Brandt. Somebody's supposed to be calling and letting us know if we get spit. Yeah, stop the spit. I did not spit on that woman. I'll never be able to spit on that woman now because I'll be wearing a mask. You like that? Those of you who've been around for a while. It is definitely about getting people to stop spitting, right? Stop breathing their COVID all over the place or whatever it is. But it's also about like not breathing it in densely pocketed areas like the Western Stock Show facility, which has been converted into the temporary shelter while all the Denver shelters get cleaned and scrubbed out. They had all these people just packed too damn tight. So it's a 24-hour shelter now, which is good. But it's bad because there's like room for like 600-700 people plus all the workers. And they don't have masks. So they're getting masks. Look at those. Aren't those fun? Yeah, so we made masks yesterday and we gave them out at the shelter. And we're doing it again today. But today I really want to focus on getting enough masks put together for the service workers there. So, happy Fuck Cops Day to you too. It's Thursday, so it's thrice. It's the people who are going to die are the ones that pay taxes. Well, a lot of people are going to die or are dying from this, right? And it's funny to me because people die every day, right? It was not that long ago that in a classroom I was told that there's a person being born every 30 seconds and one dying every minute. So do we need a little purging every once in a while? Probably. And about Eric Brandt. Have you sent him an email? Have you called? Oh, that's what I was saying. Is somebody was supposed to be calling? Emily, I think it was supposed to be calling with 3 or 4 exclamation marks. She was supposed to be calling the Denver Sheriff's Office and giving us a report. Did anybody see if she gave that report in the thread? Obviously, I'm not catching all of it because I'm sewing. Nobody's talking to me anymore. Just joining us, these masks are going to the service workers at the National Convention Center, all of whom were wearing not enough personal protective equipment yesterday. Their needs are great. We're getting them there. I'm pulling a Patrick and saying that if you want to donate to help my expenses, my time, my energy, that would be lovely. Avy, I'm going to be taking these masks out. It's 10 o'clock. I've been doing this for 2 hours. I said I was going to go to the post office at lunchtime. Sunshine break, your masks are set aside with She Who Talks to the Wind. They're going in the mail today. Chris Marcus, you said you were going to send me an email about some straws. While I'm going to the post office, I could put those in the mailbox as well. This is my effort at mass production. And why not? Why not live stream this shit all day? That's what I say. We've had streamathons before. Eric Brent sleeping all night long, right? People would stay. There'd be hundreds of people just hanging out with Eric, watching him sleep. So I said, let's do it. Let's build some back up. Let's get back on the YouTube game, and let's make masks. Let's live stream this shit. Now remember that COVID is a virus, and YouTube says they will not pay for videos if you sit and talk about how it was weaponized warfare, or how it's Tesla, electricity, 5G microwaves. It says we're not going to pay you to monetize those videos. And other videos, if you want to monetize them, that's fine. We'll let you. So we're going to do that. Making video, watching. I wonder if the president's on yet. I haven't seen anything on YouTube or on Facebookers. So let's check it. And Sally is donating some supplies. She's sending me thread and fabric so that we can make more and more and more and more. Right? Trying to keep a clean space today because my space gets a little crazy. Of course, we've got to do quality control checking on these masks when we make them. Putting a package together for me with lots of fabric and sewing thread. And hopefully, I have to say thank you real quick to Sally Smith. Thank you. So I was told to ask for some more sewing needles, and so I did that. So I got somebody who's gonna make some masks and drop them off at the homeless shelter for the homeless at the stadium there. That's wonderful. I'm so excited about that. And this is why this one was stuck out and I didn't catch it. Quality control is an issue. Gotta make sure your stuff is set up right. God, I don't know if I enjoy live streaming this as much as I do making these things while watching Star Wars or hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Watch the ads. I need to do more of those, what do they call them? Playlists? That would be smart of me. And, look, that's huge. Somebody who just runs a little computer time in the background with some Cut the Plastic videos and advertising. I'm never going to complain about that. Matter of fact, I should do that right now. for somebody. Let's do that for everyone today, huh? By the way, I'm like trailing in the group out of subscriptions. Not that that matters to any of you. As I laugh and joke. Now we got some kids ones here that I gotta finish up. Some adult sized ones there that I gotta finish up. Yay. Just making sure all my stitching is done right. So, oh yeah. Hey. Sewing channel. Here's the deal. I can't do a background for anybody while I'm trying to do a live stream for myself. It's too much bandwidth. But that's the other thing that I'll do is I'll just throw the YouTube on. Shh. No, 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 no. I've also learned that I don't have to play my video on the computer screen to read your live chat, huh? So good morning, Bruce. How are you doing, buddy? I'm here sewing, making a lot of masks, and thank you for that. Yes, absolutely. Watch the videos, hit the thumbs ups. All very grateful activities. I cheated when I came downstairs. And I brought a thermos of coffee down. Good morning, Bruce. I am just going to keep reiterating for people joining in that I'm making masks to donate to the homeless and to the service workers at the new shelter. Boss, that's great. I've been giving masks all over the place, right? So like when I went to the local brewery and my bartender didn't have and brewmaster, by the way, didn't have a mask on, I left one for him. When I was with Ghost yesterday, I tried to offer one to the person in the car in front of us, and she wouldn't take it. But she bought our lunch, which was super cool. And then I gave the mask to the worker at the Steak and Shake because she wasn't wearing a mask. Hanging outside the food, the drive-through window all day, and she didn't have a mask on. So I gave her a mask to wear, and I taught her how to wear it. And she had it on her neck, but she didn't seem like she was wearing it. Yeah, it is an efficient use of my time. That's for sure. And it's great because it's just like stack and go. Push that back. We're going to start looking at facing these. So yeah, I'm making a lot of masks all at once. I'm skipping the copper wire that many of you have seen me use in earlier videos. And I have Kenny, who was doing the making masks and masks video, cutting cord for me. And I'm actually paying him for those activities because he's also broke as shit. And so anybody who's interested and wants to do any donations for our time and energy Cut the Plastic at Cash App or Venmo. You can mail a check to Janet Madsen for Janet's Kitchen also. Or if you have her mailing address, like mail will reach me if you mail me at her house because I lived there. So just some things as I'm talking in the background in my head. What we're doing here today is just masking. That's it. We're just knocking the crap out of it. And I figured that Eric used to get people to watch him sleep. People would watch me make masks. And you're here, and I'm grateful for it. And I have had bombs from crews that have showed up today. Rotten Tomatoes came in and did a bomb. The other day, somebody else did a bomb. And I was just so excited. Tickled pink. How much am I asking a mask? I'm asking $15 for a completed mask. They look like this. If you want me to mail it to you, it's like $7 a box to mail. So be kind and order more than one. They have paracord in them, so they're not cheaply done. They're double stitched, top stitched, inseam stitching, I should say, and top stitching. And as you're watching me make them, you'll see the kind of mask making effort that we're doing today. Because we went to the homeless shelter, the new one at the National Western Convention Center, and we were the only press there. I know, right? A billionaire on the side of the people. They lose sight. Once you start hanging out at the poolside, getting on your own private jet, so you don't have to breathe other people's air and their COVID germs, you know, you forget about them. You forget about the little guy. So we need billionaires, yeah. And we need, we need workers too. We need the poor who are willing to step up to the plate and do the wide spectrum of activities that we do. Not just making videos, not just yelling at cops, not just cooking food, washing dishes. The work, it's real and it needs to be completed. So my pile keeps getting a little bit better, and you'll see how many masks I'm working on all at once here. I haven't even counted how many are in each stack yet. I'm just cutting my way through it. And so each stitch, we just do one stitch at a time, all the way through. One stitch at a time, all the way through. When I was doing it one at a time, it would take me, I don't know, an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. Cut the rope, put the copper wire in. So we're skipping on the copper wire. That's one thing that's changed in the pattern. It's not necessary. It was an added thing that I saw in another style of mask. And so we wanted to do it to these. By cutting out the wire, I'm cutting out about 10 minutes of mask. Because you got to cut and twist the wires together. And this is copper, right, for the nose piece. But then you got to fit it and you got to stitch it. And so each piece, each thing that you do to a mask takes extra time. And after going to the National Western Convention Center yesterday, I just don't feel like we have time. I feel like we've got to do something quick, responsively, and in a way that makes a difference. So that's interesting. Because that just did nothing. Weird. It's like I did the side piece and I didn't do the middle nose first. But that'll happen. screen went off. I don't know if there's any chatting. Philip Markovic. Hello. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Hello, sir. I'm assuming Philip is not Filipina. Filipina? Yeah. Come thread around, come thread around, come thread around with me. Yo, ho, ho, in a bottle of rum. I'm sewing stitches till I'm done. Do. Yeah, lots of cutouts, lots of pieces, lots of steps. And we'll get through it. At some point, we got one more stitch on all of these, and then we can start pairing the masks up. So that's a good deal. And then we'll know if we got extras. And again, I got the strings coming out from another guy who I'm cashing into. I got donations yesterday, so I'll give him those. For his efforts, maybe we'll sell a couple more. So where's everybody from? There's no conversation going on in here, and that bores me. And if there's no conversation and I'm bored, I'm gonna put on my television and watch the president talk and blather. Maybe we should do that while we're sewing. We can have a conversation about that. Wow, there's like some fucked up thread going on in here. Why? Where? What are you coming from? Coming from the bob air. Ah, fuck. Oh. Albus, Oklahoma. Yes. We're live in Oklahoma. I love that. Fuck. I want to save this bobber of thread, but it's wasting time. And so when I come to the next snag, I'm just going to quit. And that's the snag. Should have been in there, so when I got that wouldn't have happened. So every one of these pieces here that you're seeing me cut, if you're new on the channel, these are 10 times the fun because they were pre-cut for me. I have 2 stitches done each, and so that's nice. And we're coming on the 3rd per piece. I'm cleaning up the floor around me to make sure that we're keeping up with it all. So I'm hoping that this style is actually going to produce more masks for me today than I've ever done before in a day, because they're pre-cut. And because the only thing I'm doing is taking my health walk sunshine break to go to the post office. So if you are watching and you want a mask, I got a few of them over there drying out, or they dried out, whatnot. And I got a few in baggies. We'll hook you up today, but all these that I'm making are going downtown. One stitch at a time. Bro, we gotta talk. Seriously. Yeah, I know we gotta talk. I've been talking the whole time, and I've been trying to read conversations, but we are making masks. We're making masks for the homeless. We're making masks for the service workers who are taking care of the unhoused members of our community. And we're raising money, Metalhead. So thanks for coming by, and I really do appreciate it. What I'm doing is I'm Cash Apping and Venmoing under Cut The Plastic today. Because I went to the National Western Center, and it's like a ticking time bomb. It's the worst thing that I would have imagined, but what I gotta tell you is that it's better than what they were doing. Like these pieces of cloth that I'm showing, ass to tail, the people were sleeping on the ground in the shelters, right? The military has had a response. They went in and they set up cots, and they turned the National Western Convention Center into a facility for a temporary shelter, and the National Guard is they're cleaning the old facilities. And so while they clean the old facilities, they're creating just a mess. They're separating out the probable COVIDs, but it's gonna be a wave after wave. And so, yeah, Metalhead, I'm not like, I wish I was like doing a big live talkathon or whatever. But really, I just felt like I needed to show people, I needed to do it, and I needed to just tell you, like, straight out and flat out that, like, I need help. And, these guys like Patrick have been connecting with financially stable people across the country when they get big video advertising dollars, and they go on all these trips. I don't have it in me. What I have is the capacity to do something for the world around me. And I'm still going to need to pay my bills at the end of the day. I don't have a job right now because my kind of work has been phased out since we can't hang out with each other. I'm not going to get massive unemployment benefits because most of the time my work is contract work, and half the money I make goes back into the business expenses. And so we're live streaming. Watch time. I'm getting that YouTube watch time, I suppose, trying to get my name up and out there. Maybe somebody will share a video and be like, yo, help this guy out. Maybe they'll post it on their Facebook. Maybe they'll tweet it. Right? This guy's making masks. And why is it always on not live chat? I don't think it really makes a difference. But if no comments still here, like I said, I am asking 15. And by the time we get done with this 10 hours of mask sewing, you'll see why. Because that's all I'm doing. This is a maskathon. I should change the name to Maskathon for the homeless. That's what we'll do the second stream after the post office today. How's that? No winemaking there. Who's making wine? Send me a bottle. 2, please, because the first one will get shared. Come sail away, come sow away, come sow away with me. And here, you want to hear a joke? This is the faster sewing. God, I wish I had 18 machines. That would be fun. Think how the space it would take to set those up and sew with a bunch of people. Terrace if I had 18 sheets. Come sew away with me, please. Sewing, sewing. All we're doing is sewing. I should see if the president's on. Anybody know? I'll put the president on. Then you can live chat about what he says. Old ladies in here. Dang. HP 111, how's it going? I think we missed the conference because they're not playing it right now. They're doing the commentary on the comments. We want to open the economy back up really soon. Colorado, they said the courts aren't going to be open until May 31st or later. Right, all the plans are holding out through June. Oh, what's this? Here we go.
Was briefed on and didn't remember or didn't.
Oh, that's an old one.
Combative about testing, saying we've done more than anyone else in the world.
Done. Okay, I don't really want to hang out with them if they're not actually on a press conference. I sent some group auditing happening there. If people are living in distances they can talk about from each other. I'm excited about that. I always love to see when our auditors get connected, build friends, meet the community. You know, I miss Carlos. Veteran, Missouri vet. Wonder how he's doing. Whoa. Shit's falling down and stuff. Yep. This is the life. Sewing away. Raising absolutely no money. Just running a thread. sew away. Sewing on a midnight fire. Swear that I can't get no higher. Mama's coming home in a day or two. House is a mess, what am I gonna do? This is my sewing song, singing crazy all along. I would be a liar, baby, if we can't get no Maybe some millionaire will see my video and send me $100,000. Or maybe we just get 100 people to send me $2. Mass for the homeless. Like a Bernie Sanders or a Joe Biden political ad. Can you send just $2 to help make a mess for the homeless? Ain't got time for that. Ain't got time for that. Oh, I missed a phone call. Darn it. Who called? All right. Let's figure that out. You're live and on the air with Cut the Plastic. Do-do-do-do. You know how this works, folks. We gotta mooch ya. Gotta mooch ya for a second.
Drive-through and delivery models running. However, we will have a limited quantity of food at our drive-through. We will operate the drive-through on these 2 days beginning at 9 a.m. until we run out
That
of
was a
food.
phone call from the food bank.
We will be doing delivery only beginning on April 18th. To sign up for a delivery you must call 48 hours in advance. To request the delivery, please leave a message with your name and phone number or call Cecilia Gutierrez at 303-629-0636, option 1. Otherwise, please leave me a message and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you and God bless.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Michael, it's Brian. I just listened through the message. I'm sewing away masks, and I missed your call. I will be there to help out though. Glad to do it. I hear we're transitioning from one method to another. I haven't had a chance to listen to your voicemail right now, but we'll get at it soon. Hope you're doing well. Talk to you later. Alright, so that was a phone call I missed. And we're just going to keep sewing away. I wonder, who wrote the Book of Love? It's a good question. Guess they didn't like that. My Mass Task Force post has not been shared. Where I was. One post pending approval still. So, who wants to hear some music? Like music? I like music. I think I need to hear some music because it's getting on me. So I got this thing going on. Where we need to send phone calls to district attorneys. And if you're not sewing today, people, maybe you could make some phone calls on my behalf. I'm still waiting for somebody to have called the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office to find out about getting masks to inmates at the Jefferson County Jail. And we're talking sewn with no metal. We have paracord so that they could be wrapped around the head, not elastic, because I don't like elastic on that. And I see that you guys are still talking about wine, or maybe you're not talking at all in here, and I'm just backgrounded. Do not risk a copyright strike. Listen, here's the deal. If I play music in the background, I don't get copyright strikes like y'all do. What I do is I get cost sharing. So if I'm going to play a musician that I want to play, and there's a strike that goes on it, that means that the advertising for my videos go to the artists. Because I only play certain artists that I know. I appreciate it though, Chris. And that does tell me that there are people here live. But I was actually thinking about sharing some of my my friend's music. She is a warrior, and I don't even know if she's Elias Clay is on YouTube. She's on Bandcamp, and I own the songs, so I think that would be okay. But I'm more worried about the bandwidth than I am the strike. I make like $20 a month, if that, in video advertising revenue. So, really, like, I get like 3 paychecks a year right now from Google AdSense. Not very much, not a big deal to me. It helps. Don't get me wrong, it helps. But it's not a lot. Think that like YouTube just having my shit set up where automatically all the music contributes to the artists. They get ad sharing on it. Because I do a lot of live concerts. Oh, nice, Boss Man. That's great. And I'm glad that your neighbors are responsibly helping and getting things done, right? Cleaning their houses. That's a good activity. I'm making masks, and I am accepting donations on Venmo or Cash App to help me fund the effort of making these masks. Because there's supplies. I just went out and spent $60 in supplies yesterday for paracord. I gave a guy $30 in cash and some beer. Actually, I paid him more than that over the last couple of days, a week or so, just to help out, give him some money, give him something to do. And there we go. That's one stitch 3 times over on those pieces that my roommate cut for me last night. Now we'll get a piece of fabric in here so that we can, oh hell. Brian Johnson, are you still watching? We need thread. That was a whole bobbin. And that was the fat one. So, just so you know, folks, that's where we're at. Almost 2.5, 3 hours. Where are we at here? 2.5 hours of videography. And on the next bobbin. These are 3-piece each, which means that they'll be able to be set up with finished with the 3-piece masks to do that. So I did mention, for those of you coming in and out who might pop through the video in the future, Cut the Plastic at Gmail, YouTube, Venmo, Cash App, WordPress. Right? If there's a Cut the Plastic out there, it's probably me. Although, like, my Facebook page isn't really active, and I don't tie them together. So if you're trying to come at me on Facebook, I'll Cut the Plastic. It's a different conversation there. That's 100% environmental sustainability. I don't do Eric Brandt on that channel. I don't do anything related to this activism. Just environmental activism. Yeah. Anybody counting pieces here? Some of these pieces need work and love, so that's why they're over here. String walks into a bar. Oh yeah, thank you on Subpress. Throw some transcripts of Eric Brandt up. That's always appreciated. Pay attention to what's going on, folks. And if you are gonna we need somebody to set up a spreadsheet, like a Google spreadsheet, maybe a link on that blog might be good on Sub. That shows, like, here's the asks. These are the printouts that he wants mailed to him, and then who mailed them, so that we don't have 50 people mailing the same thing when we need 50 people mailing 50 different things. Or 15 people mailing 300 different things, right? Just a thought to the mix. You know, it's a thought to the mix. We should set up a phone call for Eric for tomorrow. What do you guys think about that? Should we do a live stream with Eric on a phone call? I could set that up on my computer phone set up here. What do you think? There's only 9 of you here. It's not like this is really worth doing. Okay. I'll get on that tomorrow, huh? Just because this is a non-stopper. That's all I'm doing. It's a live stream. We're sewing, we're chatting. People will come, people will go. There's an Amazon registry. Nice. I didn't know that. This is news to me. What shit's fucked up, man? What the hell? So here you have it, folks. Watch me doing some cutting and some sewing. And shit is fucked up and stuff. My phone shut off. Yeah, there we go. Reloading the YouTube. What? No, don't go away. I don't want to start a stream. I'm in a stream. I am streaming. I can't stream from my computer, though, by the way. That's something I learned the other day.
I just read an unbelievable article in the Epic Times.
He did read an unbelievable article in the Epic Times. I don't care what it is, and I'm not watching my own commercials. I do this 8 to 12 hours a day for anybody who's curious. But I've been doing all the cutting, all the burning of plastic, rope. I've been doing all of it myself, and I just couldn't keep up with it. So I started farming some of the labor out. Pay Kenny some money. I figure that's an honest thing to do. So those need done. Now I gotta fix a bobber. There's a bobber. Clean it up. That's not a lot of thread on it. I'm gonna save the green one. Brian Johnson's effort when he gets here. No, I'm not. I'll save the green one for next. Wherever I put it. Voila! Mike Anthony mentioned me in a comment. I bet you that's about my video. And I lost my thread. Great. Aloha, letua, lekuma. No. Mike Anthony is me. Oh, nice. Very good. See? That popped up on my Facebook thingy. Did you share my video, or my Cash App, and tell people I'm making video mask for the homeless? Or did you just comment? I don't know. We'll get there. Right now I'm staying focused. Spygate. COVID from... what? See, this is what kills me. So YouTube won't pay for people who talk about 5G and COVID and Corona, all that shit, right? But the Epic Times is like advertising the fuck out of my channel. Every time I turn on my own video, that's what happens. Oh, nice. Okay. I got it by email, huh? And I sent it to Janet to print for us, because I knew that was necessary. Just so that you got a heads up there and so. So we can mail that transcript to Eric. What would be so cool? Talk to me, Boss Mayor. Are we talking? course it is. Aloha. That's Nako, by the way. I'm singing. Jeremiah was a bullfrog, was a good friend of mine. Mentioning Jeremiah Raber is a friend. How many of you guys know who that is? There's only 14 of you in here, 11 of you. So somebody should be able to talk to me. Talk to me. Am I just your background static? I don't want to be your background static. I don't want to be alone. Boss Mayor, it's okay that you can't be here to help. Maybe you have number 14 sewing units that you're not using in your house. Maybe you're canning jellies or making cookies. And you want to send some. Jerky, sewing thread. No, I got sewing thread coming in fabric too. Maybe you'll share my video or my PayPal Venmo on your YouTube or your Twitter or your Twitch or your I don't know what. Facebook? Did I say that one? And just tell people that there's an effort. You know, it's funny how many connections that we get because we don't know how many people know each other or are in the same area. So, Boss Mayor, have I heard Eric Brandt whistling? Oh my. Did you see the video the other night when I said I missed Eric Brandt? He was whistling there at 5 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock in the morning with Pikes Peak. And they were downtown at Union Station. I missed that so much. Yeah, me too, Unsub. And Jeremiah is pretty cool. Ha! Ha! Thanks, buddy. I really appreciate it. Honestly, I do. I know that not everybody has a lot of cash and people love the work we do, but those kind of connections, yeah, maybe you met some people in Denver that you're friends with that'll see what I'm doing. That Western Convention Center stuff is messed up. And I'm just going to check my thing here real quick. Wow, there's some tags. That's that call. Man, everything is dropping. And I'm getting some emails about rent strikes, town hall, weekly live meetings. I'm going to get in on some of that with Candy C. Tabaka tomorrow. But first we're making these masks, and then we're going to have to do another video. Right? So hopefully I got enough thread to survive that effort. Until more thread arrives. Damn it. Oh, we were talking about a phone call. So listen, Boss Mayor, there's I have a different number that you can call so we can talk over the phone and talk to people and have a chat. But first, you have to email me at cuttheplastic@gmail.com to get that phone number because that phone number will show up on my computer screen. So I'm going to open my Gmail back up. I'll be glad to have a chat and talk. That sounds like a lot of fun. Lots of protective shields. Somebody sent me an email just now talking about face shields. Lots of different face shields, lots of plastic designs, lots of states locally creating for their local populations. And this is what it looks like. Okay, everybody's doing locally. So, oh good, my phone's at 100%. And somebody said they liked my videos. That's cool. Yeah, Eric, hand stitching is ridiculous time. Machine stitching, still ridiculous time, but more efficient. And you got to remember, I'm not making these masks to be throwaway. I'm making them to sustain in a washer. I told you that the mask that I wear has been washed 10 times. It wouldn't be a lie, right? So that's one of the things that we have to consider. When we make these masks. Chuck Bronson's been arrested. What? Tap some links in there. He's probably doing an audit and stay-at-home order. Guessing. Nice. Yeah, we're doing it. Violating the stay-at-home order. Yeah. They will do that, won't they? It's a police state right now. Gosh, these are some pretty masks. Well, they should have been only cited, yeah. Unless they refuse to go home. They don't want people in jail. So you get a ticket, you're going to have to pay a fine, and if you do it again, we'll take you to jail. Is that it? Oh, wow. People are sharing my video. James Jefferson. You know what? That's, I think, that guy that was doing a really good job of making phone calls about Eric to places and getting, like, recording them. I miss him too. Good guy. That's one of the things I miss about Eric and all the work is the fun stuff that he motivated all of you guys to do. Can't let that die out there. Thanks, Chris. You be safe too. Appreciate it. Aloha, letua. So I gotta remember to check my spam mailbox, I think, because people are emailing me and then their stuff's going into the spam folder. If it's in spam for more than 30 days. Yeah, Eric Johnson, I agree with you on that. Missing family members. For me, it was my grandmother. I had a grandmother who was a crafter. She crocheted the towels that would go over your washer or in your bathroom, the hand towel, or on your golf cart when you're out golfing, or your bowling bag when you're bowling, or your tennis bag for your, wiping your sweat off, or maybe around the stove or the refrigerator handle, there'd be a little hand towel. So my grandmother crocheted those, and then we sold them for years. And hey, Caterpillar, are you coming by today? Get a couple of these. Did you see? And thank you yesterday for your donation. I went and took 8 masks downtown, and we did the National Western Show with Ghost Rider yesterday, and it freaked me the fuck out so bad. I woke up, I was sad, I was crying, and now I am making masks for the homeless and for the shelter that's going up, because it's catastrophic. It's sick, and it made me very sad. But Eric, I used to craft. I used to do these things with my grandmother, where I'd stand and have the crochet, the yarn through my hands. I grew up husking walnuts, and you have papers to go to work? That's fucked up. I want you to call, Boss Mayor, please. I opened my email box. I would love you to call in and talk to us about this. And I want to send you a phone number, but I can't do it over the chats, right? So you gotta email me, and then we can get you on here. I want to talk about this. How you got a paper to go to work? I don't have a paper to go to work. We don't have papers here. We don't have papers here. Not that I know of. Maybe they do. The cops didn't mess with me. My camera. I'm well known. So the police were at the Western Stock Show, right? And I'm wearing my Occupy Denver hoodie, which went immediately into the wash when I came home. Matter of fact, I walked in the door, I closed the door, I stripped all my clothes off, and I put them in the washing machine immediately. And then I went and took a shower, and then I ran the washer. Right away. How did I start with Denver? Hold on, let's do one thing at a time. Eric Johnson says he misses his family, and smiling fondly. My parents, my birth mother and father are gone. My mom died when I was a child. My father shot himself about 5 years ago. Accidental discharge of his firearm. That's the official report. And I crafted all my life till about 20 or so, when everybody died, and I missed that. So this is kind of secondhand and made natural to me. But how did I get started with Occupy Denver? That's a good question. I came to Colorado in 2012, so it was a year after the encampments, and I missed out on all of that stuff that was downtown Occupy. So I got involved with them 2012 when I moved to Colorado. The March Against Monsanto, I was going to school, and I needed things to do, people to hang out with. So I guess maybe I came in May of 2012. Immediately after graduating, I got in the truck. Maybe that first summer, I wasn't super involved in a lot of activism. But I did go out and do some things and met some people and went to some events at the Capitol. And I went to college the first year at Auraria that first summer, spring, in Denver, or in Aurora. And then I went to college in Denver, and then I moved out of my sister's house and I moved into the city of Denver. And so when I moved out of my sister's and into the city, I needed things to do. So it was like every Saturday at the Capitol there was a protest. And it could have been on something different every weekend in the summer. And I met people, and I started going to these protests downtown. There was every fifth, didn't matter what day of the week it was. Every fifth there was a protest. There was Anonymous, Occupy was still holding meetings in space, and so I went and I sat at the Capitol with sometimes 100 people having meetings, and I went to the feed with Janet's, right? The meals, and we cooked food and we protested, and cops showed up in the streets and arrested and tackled people, and people got de-arrested, right? Where like crowds would come in and they'd take people out of control and custody of the police, and then those people would get shifted out and lost in the crowd. You'd get clothes switched out and moved out. I mean, this was some serious shit. We were moving police officers off the sidewalks and onto the streets, out of intersections. Every time there was a protest, SWAT was hanging out, driving around in vans, standing on the side of vans. And wherever there was a protest, there was SWAT, 15, 20 of them, hanging out on the side, right? And depending on the type of news coverage, depending on the amount of people present, it mattered, right? We've had cases where police ran into people with their motorcycles and then arrested them. We had a video. I've got to show you this video. This is a music video that I'm in. And I don't care if I get a copyright strike for this, because again, this is an artist that I know personally and that I love. And so I'm going to try to switch this over real quick. We'll pause it. And get a good zoom in on that. A full screen. No, I'm not casting it. I'm going full screen. That's the problem. Don't forget to smash that like button. That's right. Alright, so computer screen is there. Alright, so you're gonna get most of the video. It's a 4-minute video. Enjoy, and you know, this is some of what I did, huh? In the meantime, I'm gonna keep cutting my pieces and sorting them out.
Hands up! Hands up! This feels like the beginning of something special. What's up, cops? Keep your military trucks locked. Cause we got a little pride with you shooting our boys. What you think? We can just watch? Nah. Friendly fire, that's a war crime. Got me feeling like it's wartime.
I know the video's not very great on here. That guy shot me.
Whoa.
This is Black Lives Matter. He does not know who I am, but I'm in this video multiple times, running around, doing work in the protest. I'm right there. Cheek, no. That's my flag.
What's up, kids? Welcome to the revolution. Trying to go in the way. We just want to show you all the parts that you ain't using. It's that cool shit. Trendsetters, get with us. The blueprint. We some drillers. Keep my mind on
Is that Janet? Might have been. So again, this is Reeve Kalal's March. You can find it on YouTube. This is a video of one of the protests that I was involved in. I for my beliefs and I will jerk each other peace, but I won't turn the other cheek, no. And we all gonna march. He's a medic getting shot by cops. You should go check that video out. Again, that's Reeve Kalal's March.
Are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed.
That's my boy Reeve. Hi, Citizen Z. Thank you for your donations yesterday. As one of those people who helped fund the efforts, we did go to the stock show grounds yesterday and give masks away as well. I'm making them today, okay? And so we are here in my little studio doing a show and chat live stream nonstop for a couple of hours here. I haven't raised any money. I wish I did. Raised some yesterday, and I thank everybody for that. But I was just so blown away by the homeless situation yesterday.
The Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, covered up the truth and has put the
over and over and over again. That's the Epic Times. Yeah, well, we're trying. So, I am live streaming, just a constant feed. We're asking people to do some things. Talk about the need in Denver. Talk about the need locally in your community. Help feed and fund this effort to take care of the homeless through sewing of masks, which is what I'm doing at this time. And we're just gonna, cover it until noon probably. This is one that I was working on last night. I'm finishing up. But I want you to see how much time and energy it takes to make all these damn masks. So we're live streaming it. Okay, so what you guys have all watched so far, yeah, Caterpillar, that they were trying to get rid of the homeless. I've had these pieces cut out for me. I've had these pieces cut out for me. Each piece gets a center stitch. It gets the side piece stitches. And so that's 6 stitches per piece so far that you have seen me do all through a live stream this morning. Now we're going to face the pieces together so that the outsides face each other, and then we're going to stitch them together so that at the end of the day, when we turn it inside out and sew it again, did you hear that? I just described 6 stitching pieces, and I'm on to number 7, and that is the top of the face mask. And basically we're leaving a 1/4 inch of thread, of cloth, so it stays under the foot. And we're rolling with them. Yeah, packing them in, offering them free Wi-Fi and free food. They're eventually going to start doing services out of that to get them housed. They are doing medical examinations as well, spot checking people, and if they think that you have COVID, if you're presumptive positive, they might test you. They might just move you over to alternative housings, but they are definitely testing the homeless or determining presumptive positives from the National Western Convention Center. Our governor has not endorsed this action. But when you go to the homeless shelters and you see how hard that they cut Rick, somebody has just been cut from my channel. We are we're losing track of our thoughts there, huh? Having writer's block, huh? Well, I'm having sewer's block right now. The conditions at the shelter were so catastrophic. Oh, yeah, that's right. The governor does not endorse the homeless shelter effort, putting them all in one building. He thinks that safe distancing is necessary, and so he prefers spending money on hotel rooms and taking over buildings to give them their own breathing systems. Because when you pack 600 people into one building under one HVAC system, you either got to be changing your air filters every hour. You know that's not happening. So shit's fucked up and stuff, huh? Well, unsub, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I'll be honest. I went to that with Ghost and I immediately came and started sewing. And I sewed until I was so exhausted that I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. And I told my roommate it was time for me to go to bed. And I was going to try to be reasonable about it. And so instead of being in bed at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning and waking up at 6 a.m. and doing all of this stuff, I asked for a little extra rest and sleep in my night. I got about 7 hours, 6.5, 7 hours total. So that was pretty cool. I got a little sleep. And now I'm back at it. to protect the status quo and to serve the master's interests. An open letter to Eric Brandt. Niemöller's Laments. Oh, Captain, my dear Eric. Martin Niemöller famously penned a lament. Somehow simultaneously, a call to arms and of defiance. It's been stated that my nose pieces have to be done correctly or they can't be used. It's been stated, rephrased, and represented in very many ways down through the decades. It's most succinctly encapsulated in the maxim of silence. In the face of oppression, it's the tool of the oppressor. This maxim is, of course, hugely problematic, and like most truisms, doesn't really withstand any sort of critical scrutiny. All else aside, not everybody is free to speak out. That's the truth. Or has the strength and fortitude to speak out. And it ill behooves us to vilify those whose emotional journey to the ever-changing now presents barriers in terms of ability to withstand confrontation. Still, there is a nugget of truth in the maxim, and there often is, as there often is. Niemöller's enjoinder, as I'm sure you know through others who might read this, maybe don't, came in the less summary but ultimately more accurate and for the time certainly more relevant form. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. It's well understood the vast majority of people find greater solace in a comfortable lie than in an uncomfortable truth. Despite the fact that we obstinately put so much stock in the truth, most would rather believe the government is in the business of protecting them than realize it's in the business of looking after their own interests and protecting the status quo. As well understood as this is, most only understand it on an intellectual level, while few grasp its veracity to the degree they know what it really looks like and where the rubber meets the road. There are those in society whose lot in life it is to watch the movies and see cops being Boy Scouts, laying it all on the line. For the common vision, the blue line represents society against threat, all entirely unaware that what it really manifests is the line between us and them, being criminal thugs in gang colors and society. It's kind of hard to do while reading. We're going to get to those comments, but I can't. I'm trying to read this right now. Many also don't realize the entire point of freedom of speech, which is the notion that people don't have the right to not be offended. that is the truth of it, right? Many don't realize the entire point of freedom of speech is the notion people don't have the right to not be offended. We're entirely responsible for the way we feel about things. It isn't our remit to manage the triggers of others. Yes, we should work to mitigate them when they're genuine and known reasons our emotional histories. But this places no obligation upon us to mitigate things of which we aren't aware. In the final analysis, if our speech cannot be offensive, it isn't free. As George Orwell put it beautifully, if freedom means anything, it means the right to tell people that what they do not want to hear. And again, this is Unsub Press's blog spot, which I love. This is beautiful. Bodily autonomy is the bias of all freedom. From this, all our freedoms flow, and freedom of speech, belief, expression, and reportage are the purest manifestations of this freedom. These aren't, as some assert, freedoms granted by any law or constitution, because this is not the role of law or constitution. The role of law and constitution is merely to recognize those rights that arise from our being members of the same species, and to give them the protection of the state and to ensure the state is curtailed in any attempts to encroach upon them. That's very true as well. And if you can see, I'm actually reading this while folding my masks together so they're ready for sewing. There will always be those who, while agreeing with our general aims, will disagree with the way those aims are manifest in our person. Interesting. Somebody just commented that if I saw something, I would always find reason to complain, and that's not necessarily true. What is true for me is that I got a whole bunch of pieces that are partially sewn. And for one reason or another, I can't use them. So there will be those always who, while agreeing with our general aims, will disagree with the way those aims are manifest in our person. To those, I say, while their objections are noted, they do not address the underlying point that we are free to express against their objections, and we should always keep our eye on the prize. That prize being true freedom. Powerful stuff here, folks. Powerful, powerful stuff. You and I both know there is nothing more pernicious. That's a $5 word. Pernicious. More dangerous to our liberty. Nor can there be in that illusion of freedom. Yet this is where we are, in a situation in which liberal is a dirty word in the land of the free, where the notion that the state should play a greater role in the well-being of its citizens is vilified as socialism, setting aside the notions of taxations for roads, public education, yes, policing are inherently socialist notions, currently applied in a fascist dictatorship, where somebody like Janet Mattson is a target for the state, and no greater crime than showing a modicum of compassion and humanity. The simple fact is this: there is no land of the free, wherein the words peripetine brite carry an expectation of compliance. There is no home of the brave, in which those charged with our protection lose their minds over words or cameras. There can be no dawn's early light in a land where the photon is stifled, where transparency is made opaque, and where scrutiny is blinded. And so, Captain, my captain, I send this brief epistle, in which I hope to raise your spirits to let you know there are people out there here in the world who really do understand at a visceral level what you're doing and the value of your approach. And simply to thank you for understanding that there's nobody that the jackbooted thugs won't force down, and for drawing a line in the sand and saying, this far and no further. Thank you, my brother. My brother. Thank you for raising awareness. I put the second brother in there. Thank you for being the citizen that makes the well-being of all humans his personal responsibility. Thank you for caring. Let me be clear. I need no captain. That's not to say that no captain is required or leadership is moot or unnecessary. Sorry, I gotta get this one done. All these partially broken pieces are agitating my attention deficit disorder. Let me be clear, I need no captain. That's not to say that no captain is required or leadership is moot or unnecessary. It is merely the observation that there are those of us who recognize the value of not genuflecting before the altar of the bench or capitulating to the illusion of authority. It's simply to state that there are many roles important to liberty, that freedom is a team sport, and good tactics dictate one being the quarterback while another is the wide receiver, and every player on the field in such a game must be the MVP, because it's only as a team that we can win. It is to recognize that you've been trying to impart all along, my brother. We're all in this together, and we only can make a difference. And together, only together can we make a difference. And just to give the idiot guard something to think about, how many of them are sufficiently educated to work out the riddle of the Sphinx? What goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening? Promotion to mall security for the right answer. Promotion to border guards, because that's where the most morons work, for the rest. My deepest regards, Mike Anthony, Unsub Press, February 13th, 2020. I have shivers, my hair is standing. It's beautiful, beautiful words. And I hope it's been printed. I hope he's received it. Unsub Press, thank you. You've been listening to an oration from Unsub Press. Unsub Press is a blog.blogspot.com from 2020-02. Nemoilers Lament. Open letter to Eric.html. My name is Brian Loma. You're watching Cut the Plastic, Sew and Chat. And so I've been sewing, and now we're in the chat portion where I'm actually taking a break from sewing to fold 5 pieces of masks together, and I will get to the point in a moment of coming back and reviewing your chats. I'm waiting for it to switch over. Thank you, Unsub Press. V Productions. Do I want a 5-star homeless? Free place to stay, a roof over your head, and I'm still complaining. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm not complaining that they're trying to do something right. I'm complaining that it's a try, and it's not a do. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is that for 8 years in Denver, Colorado, we have had a law making it illegal to be homeless, and we've been off budgeting to not solve the problem. We have been not just feeding people in the streets, we've been throwing them in the courthouse. We've been throwing them in jail. And what do I want is I want to return to a world where, as Americans, we were logical enough to say that if you were mentally handicapped and you could not physically attain for yourself, that you were housed. That we shouldn't do cruel and unusual shock testing. We shouldn't do activities that are inhumane, that are cruel and unusual on people who have such difficulties. Emergency shelter for the homeless to be in an emergency, okay? And an emergency is an accident or an illness that is a catastrophic circumstances that take people away from their capacities to be in a fixed and permanent shelter of their capacity. Okay? If people are broken, I believe that we need to house them first. If you watch Ghost Riders and my videos yesterday, you saw people living in the streets, owning property, having tents and shelter establishments, and for the time being, no, not for the time being, they've been harassed and moved along since how long? Since City of Denver was a Denver, right? When they were camping here and they started building brick and mortar, then you got to move your camping along to the outskirts, right? It's historical factors. So some people will always be born handicapped. They will be born without a physical capacity to do all the things that they need to do, and we don't want them living in the streets. We don't want people pissing in our creeks, taking dumps in alleys where I gotta go clean turds from humans after they've dried in my alley. I don't want to do that. Okay. So I definitely want shelters for emergency settings. What's a shelter is the question. Is a shelter a piece of land where people can camp legally, that has toilets and showers? That's a shelter. Is a shelter a building that charges you for your housing based on your financial abilities and your income levels? And if your income level changes from month to month, and 1 month you get lucky and you make $3,000 and you pay according to the money that you made, but you have your space. That's a real, yes, right? I want to survive financially and pay for this apartment. I'm not getting a government stimulus check loan for next year's labor. I'm not asking for it. If it shows up, it shows up. Okay? I haven't had time to pay file for unemployment claims, right? I work. I pay taxes. And I don't care if you don't want to be here. I work and I pay taxes, okay? I give into the system and I take back from the system. I ride the trains, I pay for my train passes. And I don't think that $1,200 is a living wage, right? We had this conversation earlier that you might have missed. I think $2,500 a month in a good month take care of all my things and put away for my retirement, pay for health insurance, and these are all essential services, right? So what happens? Ah, fudge. Okay, what happens if I don't make that? That's a real question. We want real answers. So, no, I'm not about millionaires hoarding millions of dollars either. Okay? There's a place and a time for people to earn their money. And yes, I believe that you should be able to inherit from your grandparents and your dead mother and shit like that. I swear to God, I made a third of one of these. I'm out of thread again. So I'm digging for the third bobbin. Bobber, whatever, bobbin that I made. Bobbin. I don't know where it went, folks. So I'm gonna eat some carrots and hummus. I'm gonna continue sewing with the resources that I have. And life's gonna carry on, right? But the reality is, I'm saying what I was trying to express, my thoughts and prayers, are that we can do better, and we're not doing good enough. And we have to be the change we want to see in the world, right? These are all standard catchphrases, and they're beautiful catchphrases if you live by them. But if you don't live by them, what's the point? So, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't want to be here on V Productions and you don't want to participate, that's cool. Everybody's got their own bang going on, right? Me? I can do what I can. As for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. You ever heard that one before? It's a good one. Not enough people follow it. And so, yeah, people that you want to ask that question, I'll tell you what I really think. I think that it's fucked up, and I think that a lot of unhoused people work. I know they work because I hire them when I have opportunities. I know that they want better for themselves. And I know that some people just get broken down and they get used to it and they get over it. And they have a dead and wasted life because they have no not everybody's perfect, right? I get it. I'm not perfect. Mary Poppins, she's about the only one I know that's practically perfect in every way. And so, yeah, Boss Mayor, you know, we, I appreciate that HP 111. And I don't know who that guy or gal was, but I'll answer the question, right? Because I'm not each and every auditor that's out there, and we all have different stances. And you'd be surprised how some people's stances are. But I was raised Republican household, right? I wasn't raised a Democrat. And I think that in my Republican household, our union laborer still was Republican, right? Oh, come now. Sorry, this is an annoying part of my day. Making bobbins. What the hell? Oh, fuck. Safuas. What? Be safe, everybody. Lifetime volunteer. Yeah, well, I was growing up, right? Go work at the church. Go give your time. Do these things. It enriches your body and your soul. But I also believe in hard labor, right? And figuring it out. Oh, you need some money? You got to pay your bills? The government just shut down? Figure out how to raise it. Figure out how to make it, right? So I was making masks for sale. But now I've seen the National Western Stock Show. I've seen the condition for the homeless. And I just can't, in good conscience, spend my days taking care of myself. So I'm making masks. And we've been doing this for 3.5 hours on this live stream. I'm going to go pay the mailman later, or go a visit in a little bit. And I'm going to continue to make masks. All day and into the night. But I'll probably go put a video on for a while, a movie for myself, and have something in the background instead of talking to you people all day. But I've gone through a couple of bobbins, and I don't know where my third one went, so I'm just going to make these two. And then I'm going to get back to sewing parts. And putting my mask together. I kind of really wanted you to understand how tedious and tiresome this is. And how painful it is. So, thank you. I appreciate it. And that's, that's kind of what I've been talking about earlier. HP 111, Caterpillar, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's hard to do these things and to keep it up, but I went there, I saw what was happening, and it was an outrage. And so I'm done. I'm done this day, and I'm making masks to give away. So thank you. I'm very touched and very honored. And I just can't express how much these people in this community really mean. Because if we don't take care of the least of these, then we're not doing it right. That's my answer. If you're not taking care of the least of these, you're just not doing it right. So there we go. There's 2 more bobbins. I'm on my I found another piece of big thread. So that's cool. And these are the same as a round roll, but a really funky bottom. And I figured out how to solve that problem with a washer, which is already on there, so I don't have to deal with it. How's everybody doing? My computer screens are down. Thank you for the donations. We really appreciate you. I really do. And I say thank you. Because this is how I feel, right? Go work. When I was a young man, I would rake leaves, I would cut trees, I would grow food, and I would just do it all, right? And so I believe in doing it all. And I believe in taking care of my fellow man and woman. And maybe when this COVID's over, I'll get to really take care of a woman. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Old jokesters still got to be around a little bit. Okay, so that's the sewing needle. I hate doing white on white because you can't see the effectiveness and mistakes as well. But sometimes you just got to do it. And so, of course I did. Because I haven't done this in a minute. I forgot that I have to feed the needle down once. And you do that. Mary Poppins, she's the one who's practically perfect in every way. Extra good citizens. So what I know about Extra Good Citizen is that he stole money that was supposed to be for Otto and his bail and donations to people. And I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to talk about this now because I raised money for Eric Brandt. I did the $30,000. I was part of that. And I think that when the bonds are cleared and all the things are said and done, that the money needs to be returned to people who donated it, and that the good work of Eric Brandt should not be forgotten. Otto, he came into our lives because he was giving away free potatoes and got harassed and arrested for it, right? And carried a sign that said "shit is fucked up" and stuff. And thank you, HP 111. I really did enjoy going out with Ghost yesterday. I wanted that guy that was talking to just let him talk a little bit, and that was my own fault, but shit happens. Anyway, I think that if you are helping bail somebody out of jail and you steal the money, then you're a thief. And I don't call the cops on like somebody who's snuffed out, and fucked up their life or whatever. But if you do real damage and you misrepresent, you should pay. You got a crime, do the time. I hate to say it, right? I'm not a call the cops kind of guy, but sometimes I understand that it is necessary. Does that make sense? So in this example, my concern is that Otto is being held accusable or was accused or some shit for $6,000 that he didn't get. That he should have been used to get him out of jail. And if it wasn't used to get him out of jail, it should have been given back to the people who raised it. Right? I don't participate in a lot of online asks for money, for help. Oh shit. You want to see something? Can you see that scar right there? That's where I shattered my wrist. They had to rebuild it like a glass bottle being glued back together. Eric, I feel for you. That's part of why I smoke pot. This shit is not good for my hands. This is not so bad. The cutting, that's worse. And that's why I'm paying somebody to cut the masks apart for me when I have a little bit that I raised. So I don't support the thieves like that out there world, right? I know that it's nice if you get donations and you make money, and if YouTube is your moneymaker, then let YouTube be your moneymaker, right? And let the ads pay for it. Furry Potato said something the other day, and it was, Furry said, I'm gonna make about $1,200 this month. Don't send me donations. And I was touched. Because I was like, that's awesome, right? Super chats are cool. People who got money, they're fans out there. And I thank you, right? I said earlier today, I get about $20 a month from ads from YouTube revenue. At the height of Eric's arrests, I was making probably $30 a month. And it's nice to make a little bit of extra money on YouTube. But I'm not a YouTube star, and I'm not making it my primary source of income, right? I like to go out and do work and have a job and be physically fit and those kinds of things. So, I did make up my mind when I woke up this morning, moved by the spirit, if you will, that I couldn't sit and make masks all day today with the effort of selling. These are all giveaways. Every one of these, I'm sending to the workers at the convention center, the homeless, right? Like the people who are in there. And yeah, when we have excess stuff and we give it, it comes full circle. Other people will get joy or a benefit from it. And it's great. It's great to do good stuff for other people. There's a music instrument donation program going on right now because of all of this. That if you, if you have a musical instrument, you're not using it, to give it to a school that can give it to a child. Parents obviously love that because it's got all these kids going and waking up and whatnot. But what do I think, Susan Carter? He stole the money. What should happen? I think that if that money was raised and for a specific thing, like a PayPal pool that was being run through somebody, then it should go to that thing. And if it doesn't, it should be returned to the people. And there's a grievance process on PayPal to donate those monies for specific reasons. And PayPal is supposed to have a grievance process to get that money back. And that should be done. And if it's not done, then maybe there should be a theft report done. And I don't, think people... I'm not a big fan of locking people up in jails. Right? If you do the crime and you hurt people physically, this isn't a victimless crime, it's theft, right? If you see Eric Brandt come out of jail because you participated in raising $20,000 toward his effort and you had $10 toward it and you didn't expect that money back, Great, you saw Eric come out of jail. And what the hell? They put him back in and we couldn't do anything about it. We'll get that out eventually. But if you're stealing money, saying that you're going to help somebody and they don't do what they say they're going to do, yeah, I got a problem with that. I got a real problem with that. And so, if the story is true, an extra good citizen stole that money, then that's a thief. Right? And I live for music too. I love music. I live to dance for the rain. And I think that it's really shitty when people fuck up like that. So, was it a drug addiction? Was it PayPal Patty helping to steal the money and I'll split it and we'll just call it? I don't know. But listen, Not Now Maybe Later came to Denver, said he was raising money to give to us, and we didn't get all that money. I like the idea. I'm following a little bit of it about the music and the donations. I think it's great. But I want to say that, like, extra good citizen, PayPal Patty, fuck that shit. I said yesterday that I was making masks, and if people donated some money, I would go out and give those masks away, right? And I got $35 donated for me, and I gave away 8 masks. I'm charging 15, right? So I'm not a liar. I'm not a thief. Most of the time I don't ask. I haven't been a big live streamer asking for money for myself or for other things. We did a couple of bails for Eric. But otherwise, I just took care of that shit, right? Oh, Liberty Freak went to jail. It's $100 bond. $500 for defend. Go pay it. Get it over with. Right? Done. Said, done. And I got somebody that donated the money to help me cover the expenses for defend. And you know what? When that money was returned, sent the money back. I didn't keep it. I didn't try to keep it. Get that shit back to where it belongs. What's that song? Get back. Get back. Get back to where you once belong. Eric Johnson, throw a link up. I'll play it. We're hanging. You play your stuff. I got no problem playing other people's stuff. And by the way, for those of you who are keeping track, I'm on Stitch 7. If you're playing along at home, so I'm going to move the chat off my screen for a second while we go to Eric Johnson. was pretty damn good. What I find funny is every time I put somebody else's video on and I'm not talking, it just drops. Everybody just drops right out of the stream. I did want to stop sewing for that 2 minutes though. I was piecing pieces of fabric together. And so we're back at it. And applause, applause, applause. That's right. So we'll come back to the chat in a second. See, I'm not actually looking at my phone when I do the chats. I'm watching this screen because it's much bigger. I can read what's going on. I don't want...
What would you do if you realized the media was lying to you?
What would you do? I'd stop paying attention to it. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Take it easy, slow ride. See, so while I was reading that thing out loud and I was piecing my fabrics together, and like that music video, when I wasn't stitching, I was putting all these pieces together. It's just so that I can keep sewing, right? That's all it is. It's about continuous, non-stop sewing, doing one piece at a time. We're gonna make a lot of masks. Amazing stuff. What's going on here? Oh, you guys talking about bands? Musicians? Yeah. I love my music. Oh. We are about halfway through stitching all of these. And for those of you who've been watching for the last 4 hours, you're crazy. Nobody's been on here for 4 hours, I don't think. But I was waiting for an email from Bossmere to come and talk to us about her papers or their papers in regards to being permitted to come and go against the stay-at-home order. And what a Nazi state now looks like. But we have to have papers to go out in public. That never came through. I did get an email about face shields. So when I come over here and I push this button, I'm backstitching. Pieces like the nose need to be backstitched, that they're secure. And I'm always, when you're pressing this stuff, you gotta make sure it's all sitting the right way before you put it under the machine, or you're gonna have to cut it apart. So that's about how many extra tops I have in my room, and I got these extra ones over here we're gonna add to it. But you gotta remember, all of these forms were cut for me, so that was work that I did not have to do. Without that, I would be so much trouble. Come so away, come so away, come so away with me, yeah. Okay, so since I stitched these up and I had these cut and haven't gotten them yet, we're going to piece them together. Make as many masks at one time as we can. And just so gracious to everybody who's hanging out, who's helping out. Has anybody called the Denver Sheriff's or the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department and asked if the inmates can have masks? I asked for somebody to do that earlier. They were asking me questions. I said, call them. And then we never got the answer. And that's the kind of armchair warriorship that really pisses me off. You're going to help out and do something and say we're going to do it. Like, get on it. Let's do it. And then tell us what the fuck happened. I'm just saying. What? If you're trying to click on channels, you can't anymore. You have to search it. I don't know what that is. Tell us more. Grew up in Newport Beach. I grew up in Wisconsin. Alpine Valley was my place. I was talking to Joe Cool the other day in some feed. Jeff is Here Audits or New York Tyrants Watch, something like that. And talked about how I smoked a joint that Ozzy lit. Hung out at the strip club with Pantera. I have done a lot of things in my day. I used to be a barkeep, so met some music makers, and it does suck. Gotcha. Only store for miles. Well, it shouldn't matter if you're a grocery store. You should have a right to stay open. Here in Colorado, if you sell marijuana, if you sell alcohol, if you sell food, hardware supplies, or ammunition, you are definitely an essential service. Fabric for masks, not so much. In Wisconsin, great cheese. String cheese, big fan favorite there. String cheese incidents, also a fan favorite. Let's talk story. I used to do security for Christian bands. John Michael Carpenter, Curtis Chapman, Sidewalk Prophets. Some of the acts I've done security for. I've done security for air shows. What? Oh, that's some bullshit. How the fuck am I gonna do like and share the? Oh man. That's some bullshit. That's how I would do like subscribe parties, right? Just go into a feed and click everybody and subscribe to 1,000 people, 500, 200, whatever. That's bogus. Man, YouTube, you fucking shit up. Have we started bitching at YouTube for it? We need like 7, 10,000, a million people to start crapping out on that one. That's why we need Friends in Code and TrueTube. There we go, TrueTube, check that out. Frederick. So David Anderson was a member of our community. He escaped from Frederick, I think. I had my roommate cutting face pieces last night. He didn't do too many. But he did some. I'm grateful for that. I say too many. He didn't do like 200. Oh. David Anderson escaped from 3 jails. David Boren, your wife would like to see the masks. Okay. So, thanks for joining. This is my daisy chain of masks that I'm making right now. These are all 7 stitches in. And, normally like 14 or 15. So here's my mask. Okay, this is the face mask that I made for myself. It is on paracord, goes around your neck. Snugs under here, around the sides, and around the nose. Bow ties in the back. Love to you, Caterpillar. We'll talk to you later. Thank you so much for everything. David, I'm going to do this real quick. See, I've been making lots of different kinds of designs. Frogs, solid colors. This one's got some dragonflies on it. Kids masks with fish. More frogs. Some fishies, the last of that one. Kids masks. Another fishy there. A kid's mask. So I finished these off yesterday. I'm waiting for the rope to show up so that I can string those all together. And then today's designs, I can't really show you very well because they're all in a bunch right now. And it is 12:30, and soon I need to go mail out a couple of batches of masks. So David, if you're thinking that you want a mask, now is the time to email me at cuttheplastic@gmail.com because I am... Oh, here's a design on some of the fishies that I'm making today. Fun, bright, vibrant colors. Because I'm going to be heading out to the post office here shortly. I have a couple of orders that I promised I would send in the mail today. And I need a sunshine break. Because I've been making masks for 4 straight hours. And that's how long we've been doing this feed, huh? And we're just stitching away. I'll stitch away. I'll stitch away. I'll stitch away with you. Come sail away. Come sew away. Come sew away with me. And some of these patterns, I ran out of the face pieces, or the insides. So I've had a couple of these for a couple of days. I guess it doesn't, no chatting going on, it's background right now. But I guess if there's nobody here, I'm just going to keep sewing, sitting to myself, doesn't matter. We're live streaming. Boring. Wow, that's a lot of masks. Daisy chaining them. 30 masks in a row. Whoop, something happened. I'm trying to think about other famous people I've met. How many masks do you think you got, guys? Because I'm sewing like a madman. I've been doing that for 4 hours now. And I'm on my last couple of front pieces for the masks. And then I'm going to have to stop for a while. Those shouldn't have been left hanging around. Did I say 87? No. I've done 50 some. Today will get us into the 80s, I think. Maybe somewhere around 100. But yeah, you guys got to see this. I mean, I've honestly lost a little bit of track on how many masks I've made. If I were to do the math in my head and say I gave away 8 or 9 yesterday, 9, 10, Ghost got one too. I've been averaging about 10 masks a day actually. But because somebody cut all the face pieces for me, what we're doing today was all somebody else has cut these masks. Otherwise it's been taking me, because I gotta cut them, which is tracing it, it's cutting it, and there's an inner piece and an outer piece, and then you have 6 stitches for each piece, the inner and the outer, before you can put them together. And so it's time consuming, it's definitely tedious, it's a lot of work. Currently we're on stitch 7 for most of these masks, meaning that they've been pieced together one time. And that's been in a 4-hour shift here roughly. Not really a lot of breaks going on, because even if I'm not running the machine, I'm doing the work of putting them together. I ran upstairs to feed and snack, and I've been pretty much eating as I sew. I took way too much time off yesterday. Went shopping with Ghost, and then we went to the National Western. And I'm so excited that Ghost Rider and I got to go out yesterday. It really was a highlight for me. And I'm very grateful for him taking me out shopping, as well as taking me out to see what's going on in the communities that are greatest at need. And I got some child pieces here I need to just deal with later. So, we've got a lot of stuff piled up here. And there's still 6 people in the food. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. That's a lot of masks we're working on. And we're going to count it out here as we put these together, huh? So there's 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 've been working on it already. 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. And then we got some pieces here that we're still rocking out. I see David just came back in. So David, I'll repeat it to you one more time. If your wife likes those, send me an email. I got a couple left here that I can send extra out in the mail while I'm going to the post office today. One, 2, 3, 24, 5, 26. And I got some pieces here. Yeah, right. That's exactly it, Boss Mayor. You've got to piece so many pieces together that it looks like a lot more. So I've got some little white ones left, but I started with white ones too. Other colors. And that's kind of what happens is you get some pieces here, you get some pieces there, it adds up, right? There's 27 nests right there. And for a barn door. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes of sewing so far, which definitely calls for a social justice break on the pipe. And there's 7 of you in the live stream, so each of you should send me $4.20 toward making masks. 6 of you now. But happy 4 hour and 20 minutes of live streaming right now. 4 hours and 20 minutes. And I have 7 stitches on 27 masks. They're halfway done. Halfway done. So, yeah, it's a long live stream for me. I usually don't do them like this. But I think it's about halfway point because I'm halfway through the stitches. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. I need to go get sunshine. And I need to go mail some masks. So if there's any emails in my mailbox right now, I'm going to find out because I'm switching over the channels there. And it doesn't look like it. Cuttheplastic@gmail.com has no orders for masks, so that's okay. Sally Smith did say she was going to mail me some material, so I'm excited about that. And checking a couple of email boxes just to see if anything came in. Unsub Press, we read off some of his stuff earlier today. And no emails. Bandcamp sent me an email. But I'm feeling weak, tired, exhausted. And so that's it, folks. I'm going to let you go. Thanks for hanging out. We'll come back later and show you what's happening on the masks after I put in some private time and take a sun break. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for your donations. We'll talk to you later.